Well, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. Sorry for multiple notifications of me starting to go streaming. Uh, OBS kept disconnecting and reconnecting. I tried stopping and restarting OBS. That didn't solve that issue. I just went down and rebooted my uh, or not my wireless router, but my ISP's router, and that seems to have solved the issue briefly. I say briefly because God only knows what's going to go on with Windstream. Well, welcome on in, everybody. Nick, I hope you're still there. Thanks for being here, my friend. Hez Liz, I see you in the chat listing, so hopefully you're in here, and hopefully everybody can see and hear me. You guys could throw something in chat just to say, hey, we can hear you. That would be great. We had started to work on the Micron build on Tuesday. We went through and we reviewed, what was in the Formbot kit through their website. We looked at the PrintersForAnts Micron GitHub site, which is where you would download all the files for this printer, configurations, firmware, and such. And we started looking at the installation instructions, and we got as far as prepping rails by putting M3x8 screws in each side when the lights went out. And the lights were out for about 3 hours on Tuesday. So when I did come back in, unfortunately, it was just to sit here and watch some other people streaming, because I was not going to try and stream again. Hey, Creatix Brit, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Thank you for joining. And thank you for the DM on Discord. I appreciate that. Thank you, Modlight. Thank you. And so we had started doing that. There was a couple of other things because I looked into the documentation to see what was coming next. Because normally you put the frame together and then, on a Voron 2.4, you would put your frame together, then you would add your Z rails. Well, apparently in the Micron, you prep your Z rails on the uprights before you put the frame together. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Switch screens. So in our manual, we're going to switch up from prepping our rails, which we got all 8 of these prepped and ready to go. Next up is going to be loading the nut carrier. So when I started to load the nut carriers, I realized that I had printed out 2 different styles. One was the shorter style that's being shown here, but there's also versions for one long piece when you're doing a Micron 180 plus or Micron plus 180. So I had those printed out. And they were completely unusable because the file, when it loads up, and I didn't notice this when I printed them out, rather than laying flat so that the nuts would go in from the top, they're rotated. So the nuts would go in from the bottom, meaning there was a bunch of overhangs on really thin parts, and it came out like dog poop. So I quickly swapped some filament and I reprinted them. Yes, loading the nuts is always important. It's always good to keep your nuts. Hey, Solar 3DP, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid, my friend. Appreciate that very much. If we can give a shout out for Solar, I would appreciate it, Monlight. Oh, you woke up to a flood in the bathroom. I've done that. I've done that. Working night shift, you wake up, spouse goes off to work, and one of the kids wakes you up. Daddy, there's a problem. You swing your legs off the bed and you promptly go splash. Not the sounds you want to hear when you first get up out of bed in base housing with wood flooring. Let me grab this and shrink that down a little bit more. Yes, Zombie, more Micron. In fact, we're really going to start the Micron build because, well, that's where we left off when all power was lost on Tuesday. So what I did by cell phone flashlight was I finished installing our M38 screws at the bottom of all of our rails. And then the next thing I realized was we were going to populate the nut carriers, in which the ones that I had printed were crap because, like I said, the orientation of the file is upside down, meaning it had a lot of overhangs on a very thin file or thin print. So I got that fixed. No, I'm not going to turn this into a tool changer. I have a black box that will be starting in a bit. And on our very next page, it starts talking about mounting the rails on the Z-axis. And I was like, oh, well, crud. So what you'll see is I did go ahead and populate the nut bars, and I just slid them in the rails so I didn't knock them over and knock loose all of the M2 nuts. But they are in there, and they are in position for the Z and the Y rails that we'll be using. Now, we are going to need some of our tools. So, let me see if I can't find our tools. I think that is it. But yeah, no plans on turning this into a tool changer, Zombie. Not at this point, at least. Hey, 491 Phantom, how's it going? Popping into chat. Yep. Gaudel, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Built Over Bot, welcome in. How are you zeroing the multiple tools? Tap, yes. So Zombie's going to be using tap to zero in the tools, and to align the tools, he's going to use a Ember Prototype CXC, if I remember right, to make sure that all your tools are lining to the right, or at least to the same point on the bed, right? And that gets all of your tools in sync from an XY 00 standpoint, correct, Zombie? Funny you should mention that, Built Over Bot. He does make them on YouTube. Yeah. So, yeah, it's turning into quite a build. It may be a build that I do down the road, but for right now, we've got a few other builds that are taking up space over here in the Dragon's Den. And down the road, we're going to be doing a black box build, which will be a five tool head changer. Water cooled, 300 by 300 by 275. So the way this works is we're going to take our tools, and our tools are, I'll say, a match set, right? We've got two of them. And the one tool is going to go at the bottom. And it'll go on your 2020. And you're going to set your rail vertically so that or your extrusion vertically, so that your rail comes directly down into this gap. And this will ensure that it's at the right location. So let me grab one of our rails. And oh, by the way, these were completely dry. So I sat on stream watching, who was I watching? I think it was Britt's stream with Zach Rutledge, and broke out the gloves and the lube and lubed my rails and balls off stream while I was watching Pretix, Britt, and Zach. Sorry for those of you that missed it. And I do have every hole ready to go with a bolt or a screw. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to line this up, and I'm going to go ahead and get my screws started. And then I'm going to put this vertical and push it down into the slot. And we're going to use M2x6 screws for these. If I can get the little baggie to open up. And once again, when you're dealing with small fastener screws, I try and put them out here on a paper towel or in a dish or something, because if they're just on the table, they go running off and they jump off and they try and commit suicide into the carpet. So welcome on in, Timur. Welcome on in. So yeah, we're just going to get these started. I don't want them to be fully tightened yet because I need to make sure that I can move it into final position. But it has the provision to do every single hole, so I am going to do every single hole. Figured why not? Now, if this was one of the metal backers like you would get from LDO Motors or something, then I would go through and put Loctite on this. But since we're going through a M2 nut into a printed part, I don't want to necessarily use Loctite on this because this is straight ABS. It will, I want to say degrade. That was going to be the degrade and crack over time. So doing every single one of these will take a little bit of time. Now the nice thing is these are socket head screws instead of button head screws. So you've got a little more depth to the head of for the Allen wrench. So they don't strip out as easily as the M2 button head screws you may use on other kits. They're still relatively easy to strip out, so just be careful. A stealth burner mount for Ender 3. I believe there are multiples stealth burner mounts out there for an Ender 3. Okay, so rail alignment wise, rails are mounted before assembly of the frame. Stand up one of the extrusions. Use the printed rail alignment tool as shown at the bottom of the rail. The rail end should be 36 millimeters from the bottom of the extrusion. Use a second rail alignment tool on the upper half. And I'm just going to push that down in there. Push it a little bit further past so that I know that I am definitely getting it down to where it needs to be. The other alignment tool then comes in at the top. Use a second rail alignment tool on the upper half of the rail using the section mark 7. So the longer side opening piece comes in at the top. It'll come down, and that will help align our rail in the right location. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come right here in the middle-ish. and tighten that one up, making sure that I've got that height set appropriately. I could also probably do it down here just using a 1, 2, 3 block as the end stop point here. It'll probably be a little bit easier to do that. But you want to keep these on here to act as the side-to-side rail guides. I got to figure out which one of these I tightened. This one was tightened, so then I work out from there. And I am going to just go ahead and tighten these down as I go. Normally I just get them snug and then ugga-dugga them down, but I am going to go ahead and tighten them as I go. Hey, Heavy Robotics, how's it going? Welcome on in, and welcome on in. Now, when you do these last two, just be aware that you're not going to have a end stop, so be careful about this until you add an end stop on it. I'm going to say that because your little plugs won't go back in there once you put a screw in it. So you just have to be cognizant that you're not going to have an end stop there until you do this step, which is why I'm going to go ahead and do this step, and then we'll do the same thing for all 4 rails. We need our end stop pieces. The end stop somewhere in this bag. And these going with M3 by 8 and of course an M3 hex nut. No, you haven't missed any building. We had a little bit of an issue with the last stream called a full power outage. So we made 0 progress yet last stream, other than a tiny bit of preparatory work, which involved me printing out new nut bars and getting the nuts pre-installed off stream. I lubricated all of the rails off stream, and that's kind of where we're at. Get that started, slide that up. Screw that in, and that becomes your bump stop on one side. Do the same thing on the other. And we will have a rail complete. Like I said, this is slightly different than you would on a 2.4, because on a 2.4 you'd put the frame all together and then you would mount your rails and your end stop pieces and stuff like that. So In this case, we're getting our rails fully done up and ready. So rail aligned and installed with end stops on each end. And then we'll go through and start building our frame up. When done, we'll grab the next one. Push that up a bit. We'll take our next rail, just set it on there. And start screwing in our M2x6 screws. I'm going to get these started, but leave them a little slack so I can still move them around, move the rail around, because we're going to use our alignment blocks again. The Rook is a really good build, really nice build. Yes, it's 180 by 180. And I thought the solid fork was too, but if I remember right, the solid fork I think was 160. Still a pretty decent sized bed. You can still get a lot done on it. So this is going to be very similar then in build volume size to the Annex Engineering K3, because that's a 180 by 180 by 180 cubed volume. Okay, so we've got all of them but the last two. I'm going to set my 1, 2, 3 block up at the end, push this down into the top edge of the piece and make sure that it pushes all the way down to the 1, 2, 3 block. So this end is now right at the right amount, which I believe was 36 or 38 millimeters. 36 millimeters. That's what this piece is doing, is setting that 36 millimeter height. Then we're going to use this in the same orientation. We're going to push it down. It's going to be a tight fit up here. And that's what's going to align our rail side to side. So now we have it at the right height and aligned side to side. It's just a matter of going through and tightening things up. And we start in the middle and work our way out. And as I said before, I'm not Loctiting things because we've got a straight ABS printed part underneath this. It's not a polycarbonate blend like I used before. You're downloading. You're downloading Droid STLs. Yep, I've got those. I've got 4 downloaded. I've got Do, Cheap, um, Do, Cheap, Chopper. The other one. There's one other one that I downloaded. I can't remember. For those of you wondering what I'm doing with my large spools of Polymaker filament that I posted on Twitter, well, you now have some type of idea. But I will say, this part was going great until it wasn't. It kind of under extruded a bit. So this is the bottom piece of the D0 droid. You'll have a motor that sits in each of these channels, your battery right here in the middle. You'll have places to add ballast. And yeah, that's going to be the little base of the DO droid. What happened here was it was printing, and sometime overnight, the 3-kilogram spool came off the spool holder, pulled itself up to the wall, and then the cardboard side started burning holes into my drywall. Now, the good thing is the CW2 obviously kept trying to extrude. I did not get a clog out of this, but that's definitely a failed print. So it's reprinting, and I'm printing that at a very, it's a 0.1 layer height in order to get a better surface finish on certain parts. I am printing like a 0.1. I'm not sure if I'll ever find that M3 nut again. But yeah, there's certain pieces that they tell you to do at a lower layer height, especially on the outside pieces, because that reduces the amount of post-processing that you have to do. So, yep, we'll keep working on that. And then we're going to do some micro mechs as well. Micro mechs, mini mechs, whatever he refers to them as. For whatever reason, my wife has asked me to build her an ant weight battle bot, so I'll be doing that as well. Not a problem, Monlight. I know there's things in the world called life, and life sometimes get in the way of fun. So no worries. Do appreciate when you come in and visit. And Mrs. Dragon may be online later today, just because, once again, she normally goes online and checks the stream out when she's not here because not here, hence no Duncan. Hey, it's Pew 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 Pez. How's it going, Pez? KB3D Chris just came in with a keeping his subscription alive for 10 months. Wow. That's awesome, Chris. Appreciate you, sir. So, Chris, just a heads up. One of the other builds that we'll be starting here in a couple of weeks, after we get Chewy's 2.4 done this Saturday, will be the DFH Trident 350. So I've got panels for that in my cart right now because it doesn't come with panels. So we'll be seeing an order from me here soon. Gonna go and start ordering some more black box toolhead parts, but apparently they're out of stock at the moment. So, or at least the pre-made packs for them, some part of it's out of stock. So it hasn't been too bad here in North Carolina today. Storm rolled through. We're supposed to have more rain, I think, tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. See how that goes. Maybe tomorrow night I start my journey up in the attic running a hardwire over into this room because I'm going to run a hard line into the room so I have a better chance of getting good internet access. Lots of snow there, Pezliz, I bet. You're just a slight little bit further north than me. So okay, swap over so that we can do our M3s for our stops. Once again, before we start building our frame for the Micron, we basically build up our Z-rails and get those all prepped and ready to go. We're normally on a 2.4, you build the frame and then you mount your Z-rails. way. One more to go. And then we'll be able to start doing some assembly instead of just this preparatory work. Oh, and that's the thing, hybrid robotics is we're following the build manual here. And normally on a 2.4, you'll build your frame and then you will offset your rails from the bottom of the frame by 3 millimeters. And I normally set that by using a 3 millimeter um, hex wrench, right? That gives me a 3 millimeter. And that's because of the belt opening covers that go on underneath. So on this build, the manual tells us to do our rails first because it looks like they'll sit up a little bit higher. And so we'll have a higher offset. And that's why we're using printed parts to set our initial height offset. And it would be a little bit harder to do that once you've got your rails or your frame put together probably. But, the Trident, the 2.4, all of those, you would actually set your English. You would set your rails on before you or after you build your initial cube frame. Looking at Black Box, we build the frame, the basic cube frame out as well, and then add the rails afterward. All right, Solo, go get some coffee. Yeah. Well, and that's part of doing the build as well. There's a lot of people that build build as they go and buy at sections at a time. So that's where, like a Black Box, technically, you could buy it all at once, or you could sit there and say, okay, what do I need to do the first chapter, which is the frame, and just buy that stuff. Then you would go and say, okay, what do I need for the next part of the build? Let me go buy that stuff. And so there's many people build in that manner. Please, a bit too tight. And in fact, that works on various projects because I was doing the same thing as I was building my plane. Was, you buy it one kit at a time. Some people can go and buy all the kits at the same time. I'm not that financially set just yet. So I therefore had to go through and buy each kit at a time. And that's why it was taking so long to get my build really ramping up and making some good progress. Silverback, how's it going? Welcome on in. Okay, so we've got those in there. Now we're going to do our 2 bump stops, end stops, whatever you want to refer to them as. Rail stops. Okay, so we got all 4 of the Z uprights done. Now what's up next? Got the rail stops installed. And we're going to start building the frame. Yeehaw! So we're going to start off with some base management. We're going to take one of our uprights. This is now going to be corner 1. And we're going to get 2 rails going into it. And I'm just going to take 2 of these and sandwich it on either side. And that's going to ensure that it's good side to side. Grab my 2mm driver. Come off the edge, because doing it like this, I have to go in at an angle. I want to go in as straight as possible. So I need to get my driver off to the side. Grab the right driver. And by pressing all 3 of these in together, there's weight there, so it should be pressing down. This will let me lock this in place. Once again, check that with our 1, 2, 3 block, and we can see that there's a little catch there. So we're not 100% flat, so let's work on getting that 100% flat. Good downward pressure on that bottom rail. That's good. So in essence, what you're seeing, corner one, this is one extrusion coming off to the left. The other extrusion is going to come this way now, like that. So once again, I need to be able to come into it from the edge here. So I'll spin around like this. Once again, this is the side that's tight and this is the side that's loose. I'm going to use my 1, 2, 3 block to set that that corner edge. Push down on both of these. Tighten up the head of that screw. Validation there that everything is nice and smooth. So first corner down. And I'm going to put a piece of tape on corner one. Okay, I'm just going to stick a piece of tape right there for corner one, just because looking ahead in the manual, it may help out. So we've got our first corner section here. Now we're going to need corner two, and we need to make sure that our upright is in the same facing plane as this is. So it's going to need to come right there. So once again, put that one there, this on this side. Clear, yeah. Bring it to the edge so I can get into it. I'm pushing down with one finger and then squishing it together with the other fingers. And that's going to help keep everything hopefully in perfect alignment when we tighten this up. Once again, I should be able to take my 1, 2, 3 block, run it right up there, and I'm not feeling it tilt. I'm not seeing it hit the edge and get stuck. That gave me a nice flat edge right here. Okay, so that's corner two. We're going to keep working our way around. We're going to come in here and do corner three over here. I'm going to take this one, flip it into the channel, bring my 1, 2, 3 block around, push everything down, and push that 1, 2, 3 block into the corner. Get everything nice and tight. Again, 1, 2, 3 block. Everything's good as gold. We're going to do our next upright now. And when you're doing these, you can also start off laying them down on their side and doing that. But since we've got the rails on there, that rail edge comes up. So you really can't do it on the side like we would normally do it. You'd see me doing it that way on a 2.4. So once again, these two are facing in, which means these two are going to be facing in. So the shorter side is our downside. We're going to put that in there. We're going to grab another one of our frame rails and put it on one side. 1, 2, 3 block on the other. Apply downward pressure on the rail that we're screwing into, and then squish them together and tighten. Verify. Now we're going to go this way. Means I'm going to be screwing in from this direction. I'll turn my frame around like this. Use my 1, 2, 3 block to set that 90-degree angle. Push down with my thumb, push down with my finger, push this block over with the rest of my hand to set it right into that corner piece and give me a nice, good 90-degree corner. And once again, a corner that should also be nice and flat with no issues there. Now we're down to the last corner. Take our last rail, make sure and line it up so that it's facing inwards. Get it lined up on our last 2 screws. Now we'll have to screw in 2 different directions. So hold that there. I'm going to grab one of these and put it on the opposite side because I really just want to sandwich this one side. My screwdriver back. Driver back. Bring it over here. Now I can really use this corner. Push down, push in. Come in with my driver. Tighten that side up. Now I'm going to flip it over. Verify that corner. Okay. Now here's the reason I'm flipping it over. They're telling us to add the top rails with it sitting up. I'm going to actually put it down so I can use my table, aka my flat surface, to get my 4 rails put in. So we're just going to pick that up, sit that down in there, and I'll be tightening this one up first. Grab a rail, 1, 2, 3 block. Because what I'm going to do is I'm just trying to make sure that it's in line with this upright. Okay. I'm going to turn around. We're going to do the same thing on this side. Pushing down with my hand to keep everything, these 2 rails flat on the table. Pushing it side to side so that when I tighten that up, it's going to be flush on the sides, and I'm going to have a flush bottom that's not going to catch when I run my 1, 2, 3 block up. Okay. So once again, same thing over on this side. That down in there, grab another rail to use as a squishing point. Push down, push. What's a good source of rails and extrusions? LDO, KB3D, West 3D, got they've all Fabrico, they've all got good basic rail stock, and then you'll have things like Berserker and Honey Badger and stuff like that that will have, you know, higher preloads and stuff like that. If you're going with a really high dynamic, high speed, major rigid system. You know, there is really, and in our applications, and this may be counterintuitive, there is no need for high wind rails in our applications, right? Because we're not moving massive weight. We're not, for most people, we're not chasing the fastest speed that we can possibly ever get out of a machine because we want quality, not speed, or we should, right? So high wind doesn't necessarily have to be there. High wind's really good for some applications, but putting a high wind rail on an Ender 3 is a waste of money because you're dealing with an Ender 3 frame, which I can guarantee you is probably going to be racked and bowed or warped. So why spend the money for a top quality rail and then put it on a crappy extrusion? Now, if you're doing a full up machine build and you want it to be the best it could possibly be, and you're buying extrusions from Masumi that are all top line and stuff like that, maybe you go ahead and get high wind rails. It all depends on what it is that you're looking for out of that machine. But the majority of our printers don't need a high wind rail. You know, a high wind rail on the CNC tap makes it a little more precise, but we're talking, you know, thousandths or less of a thousandth of an inch. Does it really matter? Right? Things like, you know, putting a high wind rail on a Rook or on a even a V0 doesn't matter. Shouldn't. I mean, it's 120 millimeter bed, 120 millimeter movement in either direction. Does it matter having that level of precision in such a small working frame? Probably not. Now, something like Phoenix, maybe, because you're going to have a lot. Whoops, you're going to have a lot longer rails and stuff, and you're going to need that level of precision over that length of rail or extrusion. Folks, give me a second. I need to allergies that way. Let you look at that nice, pretty frame. Nothing's wobbling. We'll break out a measuring device here in a second. We'll measure it, but give me 1 second. Okay, much better. Of the Micro Center partial kit, we talked about that in the past, and I'm trying to think. And now you're going to sit here and see me call myself an idiot? Because what's the one thing that I forgot to do? Look at the manual. and do the certain things like, hey, you need to preload nuts based on corner locations, which is why I marked my rail for a specific corner. So now you're going to see me undo a rail, load nuts that I should have loaded before, and then I'll go back and retighten this. Yeah, I almost want to say that it was, there was a part of me that wanted to say it was Creality, but it's not Creality. We're going to load these with M3 nuts. And we're starting with the extrusions between 1 and 4 here. And I need 3 on the top. So 1, 2, 3. So we got 3 on the top. We'll need 4 on the inside and 3 on the outside. Three and 3, 4. Three on the top, 3 on the outside, 4 on the inside. I'm going to go back in this orientation. And I'm going to get snug so that I can flip it over. And we'll get these going again. And this is what I get for not doing the old RTFM. And I should know better because it's a 15-15 frame. So if you don't load your nuts ahead of time, you're in trouble. So this is the one corner. This is 1 and 4. We got that one loaded. Now it's 1 and 2, so it's this one we need to undo. This gets 4 on the outside and 4 on the top. Yeah. I'm going to have M3 nuts all over the place apparently today. Uh-oh, you're off shopping. Yeah. That's definitely a heck of a deal too for $600. Why not? Because. And by the way, welcome in. Why not? Thank you for joining. So 4 and 4 is our count here. Okay, so 4 on the top, 4 on the outside. Let this back down in here. And I'm not snugging it all the way. I'm just going to get it so that it doesn't fall off when I flip it over, because that would suck. Okay, so this one. Now we're going to be doing corners 2 and 3. Okay, so this is another 3, 3, and 4 load. So a few of our nuts here. Yeah, I want to get a VZBot kit, but they're not on sale right now. I should have got them when they were on sale, but they say they're on sale, and the price that they're listed for happens to be the same price as the marked out price, so they're really not on sale. Okay, 3, 3, and 4 again. Right? 3, 3, 4. Nice. Well, and to be honest, there's a lot of the PTF harnesses that are made over there, just like a lot of wiring and everything else that's made over there. I will say that I have gotten stuff that says it's PTFE. I'll just say it's definitely not a PTFE that Lineo uses. Say that. Trying to be a snob or anything, but it's definitely not a Lineo PTFE quality. Okay. So 1, 2, 3 means we're down to fourth rail between corners 3 and 4. Yeah, you went CAN bus anyway? Yeah. Well, like this says it has a harness, and we'll take a look at the harness. You know, I'll plan on using a harness unless I see something that just makes me cringe and I'm afraid my house will burn down. Which I don't think it'll be that bad. That's interesting. So just for giggles. Okay, pretty sure. So 3 top, 3 outside, 4 inside. So 3, 3, 4. 4 on the top and 4 on the outside. Yep. This one, 3 on the outside, 3 on the top, 4 on the inside. This one, 4 placed in the final B extrusion. Quarter number 4 gets 4 M3 nuts preloaded in the slot that faces corner 3. So this goes in the inside upright. So we go 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I just realized I have not been using my no slide nuts for these. So that's great. And 3 goes across the top of this. Which it's not that big of a deal. It just makes it a little bit easier because they don't slide around on you and you can place them a little bit easier. Get this slid on there. Put a little bit of tension on one side just to hold it in place. Anything falling out? Let's do this a little differently because the nuts are pushing that out. So pulling this way to keep it flush, that to keep it flush at the top. Okay, everything should be good now. Okay, we'll check our dimensions. Now that we've got all of our M3 nuts preloaded. And hey sis, how's it going? Oh, that is awesome. She was able to sit. No standing yet, though, right? Hey, Pete, how's it going? So we're going to grab our long-ish measuring device. And what we're going to do is we're just going to start measuring all of our corners. Make sure that everything is lined up and good to go. Okay, what are we going to do? We're going to go to 300 right in that corner. $300 to $696. $300 to $696. So this top is square. Chances are our bottom will be square as well, but top is square. Yep. Bottom square. And what I'm doing is going inside corner to inside corner. That side square. And just whatever you measure from, just continue to measure from that same point, inside corner to inside corner, or outside corner to outside corner. And you're looking for all of your measurements to be the same on the faces. So the top and bottom should all be the same measurement. The sides should all be the same measurement. If they're not, then you may be square at the top, but you've got a slight cant and you've made a parallelogram versus a cube or a square or rectangle. So we are good. And we've got a square frame. We've got a square frame and we've got all of our M3 nuts preloaded in our square frame. Now we need to start prepping for, these are going to be our other two long ones. We're going to prep these and get them ready to go on here for our bed, just like 2.4. Okay. Need some of those. We'll need M3x8 button head cap screws. Wind up with 4 of these. Need the bed joints. I'm going to have to figure out which bag I've got these in. Let me double check. I don't think they provided metal ones. I'm pretty sure I've got to use the printed ones. But let me double check. Pulleys, pulleys. Not there. Idlers. so soon. Things and another fan, Bakelite, Legos, and just checking. And it doesn't look like they provided any metal ones, so we will be using the printed ones, which is fine. I can deal with that. Okay, back in here for printed ones. Sorry about that. Yeah, I am so glad that your mom is recovering as well. That is amazing. That's actually some pretty good, amazing progress. Oh, we're in the part so that we need that bag here in a little bit. So on our frames here, we're going to need two of our corner pieces. We're going to use M3x8 button head screws. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the screw through there and then put a little bit of Loctite on the screw head. Just try and keep it away from the printed part as much as possible. And I'm going to hold everything down and side by side so I make sure that the piece gets as flush as possible and is straight up and down and locked in. Now I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. Flip it around and we'll do the back after we load some nuts. Oops. So I did just like that. We will need to add some more of our M3 nuts. We got 2 in the top, 2 in the bottom, 2 in the top, 2 in the bottom. Of course, 2 at the top are going to be mounting our build plate. 2 at the bottom are going to be mounting our deck panel. So when you say run the Z-belt zombie, are you talking about the vertical upright Z-belts or the Z-belts that go around the motor pulley to the large gear, the reduction pulleys? Okay, so there's 2 at the top and 2 at the bottom. two at the top, two at the bottom. Now we'll add the other two here. It says chained up. If you're using the printed chain, then you'll add a third one there. We're not using printed chain. This does come with chain, so we'll be using that. Thanks for the lurk, Solar. Set of Bluetooth earbuds on Amazon. They're listed for $250. They've got a promo code for 80% off, and there is an on-page promo for 18% off, bringing them down to $5. But you're still not going to buy it. Why? You don't trust the scam sale? Come on, Kit Skyfire. Okay, so once again, I'm going to get this started. Holding my printed part back so I don't get it in the Loctite. And then as I get close, I'm going to take my other rail, put it right next to it so it keeps it lined up side by side. Push down so that it matches to the bottom. And there's that printed part, and then we'll come over and we'll do the next one. Make sure once again that you go through your printed part first and then into the Loctite. You don't need a lot of Loctite, you just need a little bit to help hold it in place. Do it this way so you see better what I'm doing. Holding it off as long as possible. Then make sure it's pressed down. Everything's pressed down and in. And there we go. Say what? What? Oh, you're saying about the, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Claim it's a high price, so you think you're getting a really, really, really good deal on it. You're not. Okay, so here's our corner one. So here's our corner one, which is our back left, which makes this corner 2, 3, and 4. So looking at our picture between 3 and 4, we want to be able to put in our up. I'm just looking and I see no preloaded nuts here. So we're going to go back and see, like, did I forget to do something way up here when we first started building our frame? Like, hey, we did that, and yeah, we did. So we get to take more of our frame apart and add nuts into our frame. So we'll scoot those off to the side. We'll get our stuff ready to go here so I can rebuild the lower part of our frame, because I can't follow the manual because I know better and I'm used to roll-ins. So between corner 1, which is our taped corner, and corner 2, I need 5 on the top, 8 on the bottom. So we'll take and loosen this one up. And once again, that's 5 at the top, 8 at the bottom. We do have a note that says if you're using the printed chain, then you only need 4 on the top. We're not, so we need 5 at the top and 8 at the bottom. So So we'll do the bottom first. So you know what? Oh yeah, this is when the LDO oops or roll-ins or whatever would come in handy. But what I'm going to do here is actually go through and do what I should have been doing the whole time. I printed these out. I should have been using them, and I wasn't. But these are little no slide nut trays. Seriously? Supposedly no slide nut trays. As soon as I dumped it out, it says no bueno. Pretty pretty tight in there. I think I do still have some of the LDO special nuts from when I did their other kit, but all right. So what is going on here? Apparently, me and these things are going to have words as well. So nope, the hell with it. I'm not going to play this. I'm not going to fight it. In the expediency of the build and to make up for my previous mistakes, we'll just keep loading them and go. Five, 6, 7, and 8. There's the 8 lower ones. Flip it over. Need 5 at the top. Eight at the bottom, 5 at the top, and 3 on the outside. Once again, 3 on the outside, 5 on the top, 8 at the bottom. Get this back in place. 5 at the top, 3 on the outside towards me, 8 at the bottom. Down, squeeze in. Tighten. Okay, so that was between 1 and 2. Hey, thanks for the follow, Benny. Welcome on in. So between corners 2 and 3, which is the slower rail, let's go ahead and pop this one back out. We're in rebuild mode here, Benny. If you haven't been following along, because I'm so used to building big Vorons that I'm like, I won't need to worry about nuts ahead of time. Yeah, I do. Okay, so on 2 and 3, I want to start this. We'll just do it that way. Starting on the left, we'll need 4 on the inside because we have a 180 sized printer. So 4 on the inside for the 180 size. That'll be 4 on the inside, 7 on the bottom. Seven on the bottom, 4 on the inside. We'll need 2 at the top and 3 at the outside. Once again, 7 at the bottom, 3 on the outside, 2 on the top, 4 on the inside if doing a 180. We are. Put that back in place. Push down, pull in. Tighten. Pull down. Hey, Ozzy, how's it going? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. So which one are we doing now? 1 and 2, 2 and 3. We should be working on between 3 and 4. Get blast. Benny, is it too difficult to set up a 3D printer? Um, it's not that difficult at all. Um, you're deaf and half hearing. Oh, sorry. So it is not that difficult at all to set up a 3D printer. Um, Part of the reason I'm having as much problem as I'm having right now is because I didn't actually read the manual as I was going, which is part of my problem. So 1 and 2, 2 and 3. So this is the 3 and the 4. So I need 4 at the top, 8 on the bottom. Four on the top, 8 on the bottom. Okay. And welcome on in, Chewy. How are you doing, my friend? All right, so there's 2, 4, 6, 8. Flip it 180 degrees. So now I'm at the top, and I need 4 more up here. Four at the top, 8 at the bottom for corner 3 to corner 4. Now, I would say this is probably not a good first time build, Benny, if you want to build a printer. But to set one up, it's not really that difficult. Depends on what one you get. If you get something like an Ender 3, you're probably going to get something that's pretty much put together with just a few things that you would need to do to get it up and running. Very easy manual to go through and follow. If you're going to get something like uh, a Bamboo A1 or any of the Bamboo printers or like a Creality K1, it's more about pulling packing material out, undoing some zip ties, and going through a startup procedure. Oh no, why not because? So I will say why not because why are you like actually building a board? Because why would you need a capacitor? Oh, you're actually building your ERCFA Easy board rather than you didn't buy one? How's it going, Chewy? Yes, you are. Okay. Is that just because you felt froggy today and you decided you wanted to build your own? Okay, so this is between corner 4 and 1, so we need 8 at the bottom. Eight at the bottom, 4 on the inside, 4 at the top. And then 3 on the outside. Okay. So we've got 3 on the outside, 4 on the top, 4 on the inside, 8 on the bottom. Put that back in there. Put our block back in place. And just like that, it's like nothing ever happened. Like we actually did it right from the start. So we've got our frame back again. We've got four in the front, 5 in the back. And I believe what we want is middle 2 on these. Actually follow the manual page for page now. So the front bed extrusions. Mount the bed extrusions as shown, running from the front to the back in the printer. Use the 2 middle nuts of the 4 preloaded nuts into the front. Be a single preloaded nut on the outside of each one of these extrusions when done. These will be for the Z belt hole covers. Right now I'm going to put the rest of my M3 nuts away. I don't want to drop my nuts on the floor. That would be a bad day. Already got one runaway over there that I may never find again. Using M3x6 button head screws. Finally got home. Oh, I forgot. Trying to get the switch wire running. It had so many issues. Yeah, that can happen. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I get that. Why not? I actually have a regular ERCFA board and 2 of the, I think it from Mello, their CAN bus versions. So we're going to use an M3x6 to go down into the M3 screws here, making sure that we have one on each side. Placement does not matter at this point. We're just getting them put on there. We'll do measurements and stuff here in a minute. We're just getting fronts and backs lined up and into the M3 nuts so that we can get them placed in the right spot and tighten them down here in a little bit. So there's the front ones done. The back one, if you're doing a printed chain, we're not. If we bought a chain, we did. use the second and fourth. So there should be one on each side and one in the middle between these rails. So once again, just get these lined up and get the M3x6 screw started. So that you can still move things around. Okay, everything still moves. And this is a 180 build. So when we go to the next screen, you've got a Micron, which is a 120 build at the bottom, and the spacing for the 180 build up at the top. So be careful and look at how these are done. And I'm going to do this because I'm going to say continue to look at the manual, follow the manual. Don't do like I did to start this build off. We're going to follow the manual. These are inside to inside dimension. I believe it's the 2.4 manual shows a outside edge to inside edge dimension. To be very cognizant of which dimension you're doing. Okay? So we need 82.5. So we're going to turn on our calipers, we're going to zeroize it, and then we're going to open them up to 82.5. And then lock your jaws. So we've got 82.5 exactly. Jaws are locked. Now I'm going to use the outside edge jaws versus the inside edge because I'm looking for an inside dimension. So I want to set these up so that I can get that inside dimension. Okay. Let's push that tight down here. Snug this side up. Bring it up here. Snug this side up. Verify back here again. And I also want to just make sure that I am squared in here. So looking square. And also put it on the inside over here, and I can check it from the inside to inside of my rails. But doing it this way, I'm going to the inside of an aluminum rail to a printed part. That's why I was doing it this way and going aluminum to aluminum. And by using my 90 degree, that can help me hold it there. I'm just going to snug one side up, go to the other side, make sure I've got my 90 degree on this side, snug this up, Validate again. Lock everything down. Now I should be 85 millimeters between the rails. So I'm going to unlock my rail, or yeah, unlock my calipers. I'm going to close it all the way back down, zeroize it. Seriously? Okay. And I'm going to open it up in this gap, and I want to see what this gap comes up to. $84 point. $84.86. Yeah, so I'm a little under the 85 measurement, and that could be because I had to kink this at a little bit of an angle to get it in there. So let me re-verify from a different angle here, trying to go metal to metal, that I'm 82.5. Okay. $82.5 plus 15, right, would be 97.5. These are coming out with solid measurements from the side. Yep. So I think we're close enough. We'll figure it out here. I mean, it's 0.2 off. Well, I can live with 0.2 millimeter off. And the next thing up, of course, would be adding a deck panel. flip everything over. That's why we have two of our screws in the bottom, or two of our M3 nuts in the bottom. Let me grab the panels. Hopefully the depth panel is right at the top. And just like all other 2.4 builds, I am not going to install the bed until later on. I prefer to wait and do the bed later on because a couple of reasons. One, it reduces the weight of the build as you're flipping things around and flipping it over. Not that this bed's going to add a tremendous amount of weight, but you also don't have cables flipping around everywhere as you're trying to do stuff. So this is corner one that we've got flagged. Corner one is in our back right corner based on our directions. So our panel is going to go on like this with our holes at the back. And it looks like the center hole is offset to the right of this cutout, right? So that's the way it's going to go on there. And what we need to do is just kind of line up our M3 nuts with the slots. We'll just kind of eyeball it for now. As long as I'm pretty close to it, I can pull it in with a with my tweezers. Those things. Okay. Put that down in there. And yes, all four of them are pretty close. We'll use our tweezers once again. And I'm just going to bring it in and let it expand. And that will center the M3 within the slot. Kind of like playing Operation, if you ever played that game when you were younger. And we're going to use M3x8 screws to hold this in place. Buddha, how's it going? We're doing pretty good. We are making some progress. We've had to do a little bit of unbuilding along the way, but you know, that's pretty par for the course sometimes because I'm so used to building the frames and I'm just like, okay, we put the frame together like this. And then it's like, oh, I forgot to put all of my preloaded nuts in here. And this is a 1515 frame. So then we take one bottom or top rail off at a time to add in all of the nuts for that rail and retighten. Now we're going to go back to, let's follow the manual one page at a time, not think ahead like we know what we're doing. Now these are acrylic panels, so don't like really crank down on them or you will crack your panels. You just need them snug, nothing more than that. Yeah, well, yeah, I saw Grant crack himself in the head with the corner, and I wonder, I didn't see if it cut him, but I'd be surprised if it didn't give him a bit of a cut, because those panels will reach out and bite you. Now, it wants us to go ahead and prep our den rails. So we've got 2 pieces of den rail here. Our den rail mounts, are they in here? No. It would probably be in here with all of my electronic pieces. Yes. So basically what I did is I put this, I put all the parts into a standard like Voron 2.4 bag. So I should have all of them, but apparently, oh, there we go. There's the other 2. Okay. And what it shows you doing is basically you've got the profile there. You just take um, your den rail, line it up, and depending on what kind of den rail you got is how easy it is to slide these on. I find that the aluminum den rail that you get from some companies is actually a little more forgiving than like this den rail, because this is a heavier gauge steel den rail, and it doesn't with the aluminum you can kind of squeeze in and bend it a little bit. On this stuff, you just really have to make sure that you're lined up really good, and you may actually have to shave or clean up your print some if you've got some if the print profile isn't dialed in right. There we go. And you're sliding this over the end some a bit. And just like that. Don't want them right at the ends, because we'll set these in their slots and then you'll line them up. Now, looking at this, it does go with the slots in the bottom piece, so it will go on there just like that. And it should center on the heads of your M3 bolts that are there. So that's what you're going to line it up with. So once you get it set down here, you'll slide these in, and you'll need to line up your M3 nuts in here. Just get them spread out some so that you can align them and get them in place. And we'll put these in with our M3x8 button head cap screws. Yeah, it's going good, Buddha. We're just rolling through this a little bit. And I'm trying to think, was Grant building a 300 or a 350 Trident? I just reached over to grab my ball heads because I'm probably going to have to use these in here. Completely missed the screw. Awesome. Kind of like what we did before. I'm just trying to get the screw to catch in the nut, and then I can move it around as needed. Sometimes I find it so much easier to get a nut started and then move it over to the other nut than try and get that other nut in the right place. And going on. Yep, completely missed that nut again. There we go. Loosen that. Now I'm going to line it up once again with my the nuts or the screws that are going into the bottom plate of the deck panel. And then I'll cinch these up. I'll go ahead and do the other panel or the other DIN rail. And once again, I'm doing it. I'm lining it up this way because that's kind of what it shows is that the slots in the DIN rail line up with these screws. So, like, okay, say so. I'm kind of preloading the screws in here because once again, where they're kind of a pain to get into the printed part otherwise. On that screw, the nut, those two are there, too tight, so I'll loosen that up so I can slide it around. Make sure and get the other two to line up with their respective nuts. Drop screw a couple, 3 times. If you want to keep your acrylic nice and pristine and fingerprint free while you're doing your build, I'll suggest going and getting some of the white gloves That's probably about the only way they're going to stay pristine and not fingerprinted up. Yeah, that one was a lot easier. And I'm going to line them up with the other bolts. And that should make these nice and parallel. Those are nice and tightened. Yep. Did one side, we did the other side. Then we get to do our Z joints. These are going to go back to our M2 screws, so we'll put the M3s away. Our M2x6s. So how far has Grant gotten on his build, Kit Skyfire? Those. Okay. Okay, frame and then the basics of the gantry. Nice. Yeah, it looked like he was doing an LDO kit. So here what we've got is our four KGLM03 bearings. So these are the like spherical bearings. So we're going to use these, and they're going to pop right into the slots back here. Hopefully they pop right in pretty easily. Yep. So take it, line up with the slot, give it a good push, and it'll pop in. So we'll do that on all four of them. Make sure they're nice and fully seated in there too. Okay. And then we're going to install them on our carriages with M2x6 screws. So do these out here. Right driver. And as always, we'll get these started. The bearing goes towards the top. Going to get a screw in there. So is Grant new to building? I haven't like I listened to Grant some, but I haven't like really followed him to see if he's like new to building or if he's ever built a kit before. Now that I understand because it's almost like it would be great to have a printed manual where you can have like notes on it to say, go reference LDO doc here. Yeah, and the Voron documentation is pretty good. But yeah, Prusa's is pretty next level. But I didn't think he had like and Prusa's most people. Yeah, I mean, I built a few Prusas from scratch. In fact, all of my Mark IIIs were built from scratch, self-sourced. The Prusa Mini, and it was a somewhat pre-assembled, just do the last little part, of course. And then the Mark IV was a full pre-build. So they didn't want to wait, basically. But I put together a bunch of these, and of course, I should have known better with the preload nuts here because I've got a V0 sitting over there. I did a salad fork, which had to have the preloaded nuts as well. I've done a V02 that went to Canada, the Free Heathen. So I should have known better. Now I understand that. That happens all the time. Like I like to so the day of, I block my schedule at work in the afternoons, the day that I stream. And my preference is to sit down and review the manual to see what I'm going to be doing so that I'm aware of at least what I'm doing, the components I'm going to need and stuff like that. Sometimes I'll actually have stuff laid out so that I'm ready so that we can actually build instead of, you watch me digging around for parts. That no way, shape, or form means that I don't still dig around for parts. Even when I am fully prepared. But it does mean that I try to be somewhat prepared for you guys to give you a better streaming experience. Um, so yeah. When they sit there and they say, "Oh, I'm going to print something," I'm going to print or build this like a newbie, right? So I'm not going to. Well, yeah. So Nero said that a few times, right? And I get it if he's looking at the manual and there's just something that's glaringly missing. Okay, I get it. Call it out, call them out all day long. But then there's some things that's really, would you not have taken that intuitive leap? Would a normal person not have taken that intuitive leap? So there's some of that yeah, I'm kind of like, but for me, yeah, I like to look at things. I'm not a first time builder, and even though I was a first time builder, I've still have built other things, right? Like, kind of hard to sit there and say, yeah, I'm so new to this, I don't know what I'm doing, but let me take a look at it. When my first printer was in 2017. Like we didn't have all the kits that we do now. But at the same time, I was also building a plane. I went to school for architecture. I can look at CAD drawings and exploded views and make the obvious leaps. And then when I do get caught kind of I'm not understanding this particular diagram, that's when I'll reach out with very specific questions regarding this page, this paragraph, this diagram. I'm confused in what it's asking me to do here. Oh yeah. Yeah. I've seen people do that as well. Like, what could go wrong? Let me grab my hammer drill, or my hammer drill, and I'll screw in my frame pieces. Oh, why did my part crack and shatter? Don't know. Oh, I knew exactly who you were talking about there, Hit Skyfire. Okay, hybrid, take off or take care. Stay safe. So we put one of these in with 4 of our M2x6s. And then I promptly didn't scroll down, so hopefully I didn't get bit by doing all 3. Oh, we did them all. Oh, it did tell me to install all 4. Okay. And then, hey, we've been framed. We've got a basic printer frame. Woo-hoo! Oh, wow, Ozzy. Yeah, that would be bad. Yeah, now we're going to work on our Z drives, aka the feats. So for now, I will take our pretty frame and I'm just going to set this down somewhere where I hopefully will not trip over it. I'm also going to check on my spool to make sure it's not trying to walk and half unwind itself and give me another fit. So where are we at? Z drive pulleys. Let me just grab some parts. So we're going to need our Z drive stuff. So at least let me get the big parts out. Okay. 2, 4. And 2, 4. Those parts will need these parts and these parts. So once again, I do have the printed parts, but my kit does come with metal large pulleys for them. So I'll let you guys decide if we use printed parts for the Z or if we use the drive pulleys. Those are idlers. The drive pulleys. There's the drive pulleys. There's the shafts. And these are what I'm talking about. Okay. So what we need to do is measure our pulleys to figure out if we have the 15.5 or the 14. And we need to be a little careful with these. Let me put these M2 screws up because I don't think we'll need them right now. And the reason I say that is because some of these may have the grubs in them. Some of them probably don't. Okay, and these are all 2GT 16 tooth pulleys. So what we need to do is measure these to see what size pulleys we have. So zero out your calipers, and you're just measuring the overall height. And ours are 15.5. So 15.5. So that means we've got the larger or longer pulleys, however you want to look at it. No GT3. They gave me all GT2 stuff. I don't have any of the new GT3 stuff yet. Yeah, kill them grubs. Exactly. Definitely don't want to eat these. That might hurt if you eat a few of these. Okay, so we know which pulleys we have. So you only would deflange pulleys if you're going to use the printed pulleys. If you're using these, you're not going to deflange them because these have a flange on them. So in essence, we're going to take 4 of these and just put them back because we're not going to use them. We will use 4 of them because 4 of them will be for the Z motors. So 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do you appreciate? The rest of them are going to go back in here. And then what I'm going to do, because I know me, I'm going to go ahead and put some Loctite on these and get them put in because I will hit this. I will pull this over. Next thing you know, these grub screws are gone because I know me. I'm going to go ahead and get these started in there. Use the printed ones. You really want me to use the printed ones versus the metal ones that came in the kit? I'd say I could do one or the other, but I really can't. It's either one or the, or I mean, mix and match, but it's really one or the other. And what am I going to do with these nice, pretty metal ones that they gave me? I'll have to see if there's a droid project or something that I can use them in. Okay, let me get caught up on chat here real fast. So, left tape on the front door. No GT3. That's right. We have no GT3 here. You want me to use the printed ones? Okay. Is there anybody else that wants me to really use the printed ones versus the pretty metal ones that they came with? Well, a K1 had to fiddle with filament jam issues, an extruder, a little file magic, micro Swiss hot end kit. Now it's bulletproof. Yeah, and they just came out. Who came out with the new nozzle for the K1? Is it Fadis that just came out with a K1 nozzle? Somebody else did. Or was it E3D? They came out with a bamboo one. Forever United, thank you for the follow. I thought I heard something in the background. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. You'll hear us say on the channel that subscribes are nice, follows are great. We just like to have you here and hanging out with us. And hopefully we impart some knowledge along the way that can help you in a future build, or if you have questions about something, throw it out here. If I have no knowledge on a specific type of machine or a specific machine, there's probably somebody in chat that does. We'll put it that way. Okay, we got our 4 grub screws in, so I'm not going to lose them. Because, like I said, I know me. Called the Flowtech, and you have one of your K1 Max. Okay, cool. Cool. So once again, I'm not going to deflange 4 of these because I'm not going to need to do the flanging on them. And there's one set of printed spacers. Do I have another? We may come to a screeching halt here, folks. We may come to a screeching halt. Let me see. Got a couple more bags somewhere. All panels and doors. This is all. Oh no. We can't do Z drive because I didn't grab all of the spacers or print all of the spacers. Why did I not print all of the spacers? Downloads, Micron, STLs, Z drive, hub base, heat amp feet, base plate, motor mount, printed feet washer, printed feet washer, spacer. And that would be why. So apparently I didn't do the spacer B and spacer C. I just have the spacer A's printed. because I wasn't sure looking in the kit. So let me go full display here real fast. So looking at the STL files here, you'll have spacers, and in the spacers, you'll have 14 or 15. I believe I have the spacer A's. These might not even be the spacer A. These may be the feet washers, and I may not have done any of the spacers because I didn't check to see. Hold on. Hold on. Let me go through here and look. Maybe I do have different thicknesses in here. Maybe I am better than I thought I was. Caliper time. So we would have 1.2. Gouge would be a 2 and a 2.6. So two 2.1, so that would be a B. 1.2. 2. Those are 2s, these are the 1s. 2.2. 1.9. Hmm. Okay. Well, it looks like I've got all 2 mil spacers. Well, 1.2 and 2 mil spacers. Yeah, that would require a bigger one if I was doing the printed. Would go right here. I think it's all 2, 2, and then the 1. So we'll try that out. We'll see if it lines up. If not, I may have to print off a different size spacer. Hey, Westry, how's it going? Daddy Wazzy, welcome on in. You know nothing like Schultz. Okay, so B would be a lot bigger if we had the printed 64. We don't. A's a small one. B would be 2 and then 2.6. Okay. All right, I think we're laid out. So we need shafts, which we've got 4 D shafts. Sorry, let me come back to this window. The other thing we're going to need is the bearings. Bearings. Where we got bearings? Go. Okay, so I'm trying to find the 625 bearing. So bear with me for a minute as I dig through the package of parts. So it's ah, they were underneath the F623 bearings. Great place for them. So 625 RS. Need one of these at the end of a D shaft. Need one of our thicker spacers. You're bearing with me. Thank you, Kit Skyfire. We'll need one of our 16 tooth pulleys. And we're going to line that up on the D shaft and tighten it down against the flat. And then against the other side. So they're both nice and tight. And it looks like that this is right at the end, so we're good there. We'll need another one of our thicker spacers. One of our pulleys, and I'm going to make it so that the grub side is towards the other pulley. We can line it up on our straight shaft, and of course we need to take that grub screw out and put some Loctite on it. Both of them out, and I bet you that it'll go on there. You know, in those other bearings that I was remembering or trying to find, I still haven't found them. Not just that, I can't even remember what size bearings I was looking for. How about them apples? Except I think these are the ones that I got from Chris, so I would say that they were the, whatever the ones are for the, they're for the extruder. the ends of the extruder shaft. So I always try and line my bearing grub screws up. So the way it normally works is I can guarantee that this is on the flat, and then if I rotate to the right, wherever the next two are at are on the round. That's just the way that I always tend to do it. And that way it makes maintenance a little bit easier for me down the road. We'll do that, and then we'll have our skinny washer at the rear end, which will leave a little bit of a gap. And that's going to be our first one. So I'm going to do all four of them like this. So shaft, 625. Thick washer, or spacer, sorry. Spacer, our first pulley. Keep it lined on the D shaft. Go to the right. Tighten it up on the rounded edge. Another thick spacer. Another one of our large pulleys here. Oh, so I'm having a weird clicking noise that developed on the K3, and looking at their Discord, what they're telling me to do is back off the grub screws and then retighten them. The chances are, so there, I guess there's different types of grub screws. And they're also suggesting using a flat bottomed grub screw. You'll say, what does that mean? Well, these grub screws have a little bit of a taper on them. And depending on the quality of the grub screw, they may not be completely flat on the bottom. They may have a bit of a crown on the bottom, which could lead to a little bit of wonkiness in your pulleys, not sitting 100% right, and making a clicky sound, because there's now a little bit of play in the pulleys now that you've got it moving and you've got it under belt tension. So you might want to look at that if you've got any grub screws. Not sure if it counts for you or not, but it might. Because I hadn't heard that before. I've never had, I mean, that's the first time in all of these printer builds that you see behind me that I've had a clicking sound. And it was only on the Y, the Y No, let me rephrase that. X movements. You're putting something together, Westery? Is it IKEA furniture? Just asking. Inquiring minds want to know. What are you putting together, Westery? Okay, so bearing, shaft, thicker spacer, GT2 16-tooth pulley, another thick spacer, large pulley, line up grubs, make sure it's pushed into the spacer. Then the smaller, skinnier, thinner spacer on the other side. Add that to the batch. Our last big pulley. Go ahead and get our rub screws pulled out and Loctited. I I do have some grub screws because I built some things that require grub screws. But most of the time, I just use the ones that, whatever comes with the pulleys is the ones that I'm using. I do have a few though. And as you start doing things like droid builds and Death Racer builds and stuff like that, you'll start collecting those little things here and there. So, so Britt, are you still out there? All right, so my 4 Z drives are built. Now what? It's heat set insert time. Where are the heat sets? Those are excellent. Threaded insert. There's the heat sets. Close that up and move it to the side. We'll bring our our heat set press up. And we will be doing some heat set inserts. Now, looking at our diagram here, there is one that's a different color. So let's read what our notes are on that. Z-drive assembly. Begin by installing heat set inserts into the Z-drive parts. Each pair of Z-drive halves have a total of 8 required heat sets as shown in the illustrations below. If you are building a 180, we are, then you only need 7. The darker green one isn't needed when you're building a 180. So we've got some different parts here. The one on the left is the one that has our arrows on it. And we put one heat set insert on this side. Looks like a larger through hole, so, and a screw head, so like a counterboard from the screw head. We only put one on these, so we'll do those 4 first. Okay, so those 4 are in, and then on these other pieces, there's 2 at the top, and then the 4 outer ones on the side. So quite a few go into these. undone. I don't remember this many heat sets being on a standard 2.4. Could be wrong. And I'm kneeling down when I do this just so I can be eye level with the press. I found that if I'm standing up and I do this, um, I tend to leave it just shy of being flush with the top of the part. And you really want the heat set inserts to be right flush with the top of the part. Maybe just ever so slightly inset, but you don't want it sitting proud of the part because chances are whatever part you're going to be joining this to would then not join right. Two down. Yeah, normally, what I used to do before I got the stealth press was I would heat it up, press it in about 98% of the way, and then put it up against my bench, which is a big metal bench or metal edged bench, to make sure it was flush to the part. And it would also suck some of the heat out as well. And on places where I wouldn't be able to put it up against the bench, I would use the flat, like especially when I'm doing a couple of the heat set inserts in a stealth burner tool head. I'll use the flat of the tweezers to make sure it's pushed in all the way. But yeah, 1, 2, 3 block would work. I normally just use the 1, 2, 3 blocks for the frames and then they get put away. Kind of don't have a need for them once the frame's square, you know? But the heat press here does do a very good job and it gets nice results. Like I said, I just find that if I'm elevated and looking down, I tend to stop just a tad short and have to go back and touch them up. Or if I get down on the same level with it, I I get them nailed perfect all the time. Okay, there are those. I don't think I need anything more for these, so we'll get these put away. That put away. Okay, so we're all heat setted. Yeah, the Adafruit heat insert press. Yeah, there's quite a few of them out there. And like you said, those 1, 2, 3 blocks, these have come indispensable for various types of builds and things. So I'm probably going to get a couple of more just to keep in other parts of the house because I don't, I'll leave these up here for doing these builds, but then I'll have a set out in the shed for doing other stuff. Z motor pulleys. So let's go ahead and pull our Z motors out. Here's Z motor. There you go. Uno. Of course, they had stuff packed on top of the Z motors, so I'll have that stuff kind of sticking out everywhere now. Fans and all right, and these are Okita motors for these, which is fine. I mean, you don't need moons and stuff for your Z drive. Especially, I'm surprised these are full NEMA 17s and not like NEMA 14s on these lower drives. So we're going to attach the GT2 16-tooth pulleys. Okay, and when we put these on, it says not to use Loctite on them, that we're just going to basically get these on there, and then we'll get our final location on the shaft once we get the drives all assembled. So we'll put these in dry. And in fact, I'm only going to lock down the shaft to the flat. Just snug it up so that it doesn't move around. Okay, so 4 pulleys mounted. Get the other 2 pulleys and some grub screws put together, and I'll add this to my pulley and idler collection up there eventually. Right now. I did that, and I'm probably still going to need these for the A and B motors. So no, I won't add them to the. Okay, so we got the 4 motors on, or the pulleys on there. D drive securing. Okay, so we need our GT2 188 millimeter belt loops. We're going to need the rest of our pulleys, or our bearings. And we're going to need our parts. So, yep, that makes a pair. So, left side, be one of our drive gear pieces and one of our belts. Put the belt over there. That's going to go in, but in order to go in, we need a bearing on each end of this. So there's a bearing there, bearing on the back here, and that'll lay right in there. And these bearings should pop in and self-align, just like that. Now, this piece of the belt that the piece of the belt that I'm holding together needs to feed through that opening. And that's how it sandwiches together. And we're going to run 4 M3 by 35 screws from this side into the 4 35, right? 35. Into the 4 heat set inserts there. Make sure that they're nice and snug. Okay. We'll try and work and make sure that our belt stays pretty aligned to the center of this pulley. Go ahead and tell us to do all 4 or do one at a time. Get it mounted. We'll build these all 4 at the same time as we're going through. So we'll grab our next drive pieces. Okay, so there's 2. Now we're going to start working on the other 2. And I'm not screwing these all the way in. I'm just getting them going because I'm afraid if I run one too tight, it may pull the other side out of whack. And then I might strip the heat set insert because I'm at an angle. So you always try and run them in there and then tighten them up in a crossing pattern. Like I said, we'll try and keep these lined up in the middle of the parts. Love how I just reactively moved my foot as if it was something heavy, and it's an M3 by 35 screw. Oh no, I dropped it like it was a knife or an anvil or something. 3 pound sled. Turn it. There's our 4 drive motors done so far. Next up is the motor mounts. We're going to need our M3 by 8 button head screws for these. And it does not show which way that they would go, but my assumption is I don't see the motor wires on 2 sides, and it's not going to go down because that's going to be into the deck panel. So it needs to go out the open side of our L bracket. Okay. We'll do it that way. I'm going to use M3 by 8s to mount this. Does say in the note, Z mount is best used with the wires for the Z facing down towards the inside of the printer, down or towards the inside of the printer. I would say because we're using a a plug that I want it facing to the side. If it was direct wire, possibly coming down through the bottom wouldn't be that bad because yes, these do sit at a slight angle. The Wester, you never answer me. What are you putting together? You're putting together a printer. What printer are you putting together? One that you had to tear apart and tinker with? Or are you following along and doing a Micron build with me? May start with a B. I know you ain't doing a black box, that's for sure. May start with a B. You got a bamboo? Which bamboo did you get? You get the little A1 or the A1 Mini? And did you get an AMS? An X1 carbon. Wow. Oh, snap. So I guess now I need to do things so that I can actually get an X1 carbon. Okay. Feed assembly. Okay, so I just put the M3 8x8s away and I'm going to need them again. Awesome. Hey, Dropkick, thank you for the follow. Hey, Pete, welcome in. Okay, so we're going back to our drive systems. And you'll notice we've got our three heat sets there. Now, interestingly enough, I've got square ones and I've got round ones. I don't know why I've got two different sets. But we'll go with the round ones because that's the ones they're showing. Oh, okay. Confused. There's my front. There's this. Round goes this way. The flat is up against here. Yes. Okay. Now I figured it out. M5 nuts. So take an M5 nut and drop it in that hole. Probably need to put your finger there so it doesn't pop out. As you set this down, just slide it in place. We'll need 3 of our M3 nuts, button heads. Wish Matter Hackers had a bigger selection of stuff. I haven't been out to Matter Hackers in a long, long while. I used to buy stuff on Matter Hackers all the time. I'm hoping to at least get the feet done tonight. Then I'll feel like we've caught up to. We still lost a whole day, but I feel like we'll somewhat have caught up. Oh, that was good. Anything you win from now on, begin a way to help others. Well, there you go, paying it forward. Very nice. Okay, they give you wins and Matter Hacker gift cards. And Jake, is that 3D Jakes for outside the US? Okay. You got $50 gift cards a couple of months ago. Looking for stuff for the Voron builds. You didn't have. Ah, you got some Diamondbacks? Nice. Okay, so we've got those done. What's next? Adding the feet steams. So these are M5 by 16s. M5 by 16. Feet I know are in here. See how bad these smell. I don't know why. Some of these feet smell like really bad. These aren't too bad. I wonder if they're like recycled rubber or something. Why they smell so bad. He's going to go on right down through the M5 nut that we just captured in that printed part. Make it snug, but you're not trying to pull the metal washer through the rubber because believe it or not, you can do that. You can do that. Okay, so we've now got 4 feet installed. Now, clean up this stuff, this out of the way. There are 4 drive motors laid out there. This moved out of the way. And we're going to need a frame again. And we're going to need our frame upside down. And we're going to mount this using 2 M3 by 40 socket head screws. If you installed the printed Indian nut holder, this is where you have no idea what the Indian nut holder. Okay, so what we got? We've got back, we've got front, and we're going to look at the way this sits. And this goes on a side, right? So back, front. This piece where you can see the big rotor goes on the side. And this round piece that you see here goes in the front or the back. So this will sit right in here. My two screws are going to go down here, which means I need this one. I need two of my M3 nuts here, and I just need to kind of get them lined up. And we need M3 by 40s. M3 by 40s to go down in here. And I'm just going to try and get these lined up nicely with the edges. Put that on there. Now, the same style goes in the opposite corner. So we'll just turn this around. Grab the other one of that same style. And once again, a nice kind of half circular face is going to face towards me. Apparently, I'm not having a lot of luck here. All right, I am not having any luck getting these lined up this time. Keep walking back. That was painful. Now we're going to come over here and we'll do this side. Okay. Last one. Did you get cold? Okay, so we've got our 4 feet on. Now our motors. So our motors, the upright goes away from here. So looks like we're going to hook it in like that and go like this. We'll need to go into these 2 screws. So we'll need to get a couple of our M3 nuts over here that we can line up. We're going to use our M3x8 button heads. Before installing the Z motors, take note of the 8 preloaded nuts in the slot. 4 of these nuts will be used to mount the Z motors. Position of the remaining 4 nuts is critical to finishing the assembly. When you have the motors mounted, you will want 1 nut between each motor and its Z drive and 2 nuts for the center. So I was just getting ready to line up 2 here, so I need to add 1 more that direction. So do like that. Okay, so they're there. This is when you'll tension this belt. And we also need to make sure that they get lined up, and they are woefully not lined up right now. So, then do that. Move this back. And I want to make sure that my belt is kind of centered on the big pulley there. Just tighten that down and realize that this does not have any Loctite on them yet. So, where do I put my Loctite? I tighten down the one against the flat so I can take out the other one. I'll put some Loctite on this grub screw. Put this into the round. Come back and take off the flat. Now it says this is when we'll set the tension, and I'm not sure how to set the tension other than just pull this, give it some decent tension. And tighten that down. Nice good tension. Everything seems to be tracking well. Do that, but in reality it's not. We do need to push this pulley back a little bit more. Okay. So one done. Now we're going to do another one over here. We need to make sure that we've got one between the motor and the or the belt, yeah, the drive and the motor shaft. Set that in there on the belt. Bring a couple of our M3 lock nuts over. Use a couple of M3 screws to lock this in place. Okay. There we go. Now we want to try and, like I said, get our belt lined up. So we will loosen our pulley on the motor, move it over to line things up. Tighten that down on the flat, take the other one out. Loctite it, reinsert, go back to the flat, Loctite that one. And then we'll pull that motor taunt, that belt taunt. So we got 2 feet on. Now we're going to come back here to the other side. Same type of thing. We get one between the drive motor and the motor pulley. Bring 2 more over to get them a little bit pre-positioned. Get the belt in, or the belt around the pulley. Then 3 screws. Anybody see where that one went? Yes. Turn it. Okay. Now, Loctite, not Loctite. Line up the belt first. May help to put a little bit of tension on the belt. If the belt's too slack, then it'll get caught in the printed part there. All right, folks, I am almost done. I got one more of these to put in, and then I am going to be calling it a night. I'm surprised that Mrs. Dragon hasn't popped in here to yell at me for still being on. We went to go see our niece. She is getting some baby time in. We're going to pull this tight. And I try and pull on the motor and the shaft to try and keep it straight and keep it from kicking around or bending the shaft, because we really don't want to do either one of those two things. Here we go. And one more. So once again, we get one of these between the drive and the motor. Another two will come over for the drive. And this is the last one that we've got. Get this last one done, and then we will raid out. Not sure who we're going to raid into today. If anybody has any suggestions, let me know. No, Creatix Brit is over there streaming, so that's one possibility. Yep, Brit is on. Now the question is can I catch her before she gets off? Because how late does she stay on Monday or on Thursday nights? Sorry, I was hearing something funky. Can't afford to have another full kerfuffle over there. Okay. All right. So we've got a frame. We've got D motors and feet. And it would be time to start working on idlers. And we're not. So there is our printer so far. We've got our Z motors on. Once again, the Z motors are to the front. The pretty details on the front. The other one's on the side that shows you your up and down. There we go. We've got those there. Let me get these things put away. Next up, we'll be working on those mini angry idlers and continuing the build. Now, we will continue this build on Tuesday of next week. And Saturday, we will be finishing up Chewy's build. Oh, well, she's building Lego. We can get her squirreled out for a little bit. So, yeah. All righty then, gang. With that said, let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and get us set up to go over to Creatix Brit and raid Brit. Okay. Please come with me on over to the raid. And once again, Saturday, we will be finishing up Chewy's 2.4. I've got a lot of the panels already on it. So we're ready to go there. And we'll get back to this build on Tuesday. So thank you, everybody, for being here. Thank you for everybody with the new follows. And I will see you guys on Saturday. Take it easy. Bye now.